I'm back. I'm back. Well, first crash of the day. Excuse me. Well, something encoding error. I'm back. I'm back. OBS crashed. Well, OBS encoding overloaded. Wow, I'm back. I'm back. Uh, Apparently, the encoding was overloaded on my OBS, which in turn just crashed my computer. So, bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer. It's a little too early to start crashing for my computer to start crashing, and we lost my work. Oh well, wasn't that much, but annoying. Sam needs new CPU. Yes, send me your CPU, please. Okay, let's go ahead and we're just going to turn off the layers we don't need right now. I mean, it can't be Substance that's doing that, though. Because it has a set cache use. So let's just load up Task Manager real quick. What's eating my CPU? And my CPU is only at 10%. Like, these are all very reasonable levels right now. Sam needs a new CPU, not my Ryzen. Saved up for that one. I think it's still the OVR stuff. I think if it's on, if this OVR stuff from Oculus is on, it means that my computer at some point during the day has a chance of crashing. Because my headset's off, and it had an event log. Like, okay, anyway, onwards and upwards. Can't let that slow me down. Nothing's gonna break my stride. And we're just going to really quickly recreate what we had before. Putting this right here. Linear Doge. Linear Doge. All right. Having done something once, you can always do it a little bit faster the second time. Right about there. Turn up that width. Take this one. Well, all right, there we go. Recreated. Recreated. Save. I think what it was, and this could just be, but I swear it was the texture we pulled out. This one, there was like this one here with these little dots. It's like it shouldn't be, but I feel like it was that. Like as soon as I pulled that little texture out, my computer shit itself. Yeah, OBS is using my GPU. Anyway. All right, so we did cape. Cape's done. It would be nice to again have just a little bit of something around the wings, just to make it feel less. Right now, it just feels unintentional. We want it to feel important and validated. So we're just going to grab one of these and slap in a fun texture, like this, and then we'll just kind of scale it up. No. Take me where that's pretty dope. a little dope. I like that. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe a little bit much. Just want to paint out just this texture. It's just a little bit too much. Okay. I like it, but too big. All right, that feels pretty cool. Just some sort of emblem in there, and we're good to go. Very cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Feels very ornate. Maybe a little bit of something on the trim in the bottom, just because I'm adding so much at the top. Save. And dope. Extremely cool. All right. Jewelry time. So we got the crown, and we want to give it some pizzazz. The all important pizzazz rune, as it's known. Right now. All right. 1 second, y'all. Okay, perfect. Just had to send a message, a reminder to myself to stop being a fool. We'll say jewelry emboss. Emboss. Okay, but if that's the case, then we do want our shadow template, my favorite. And we'll do emboss. And then here we'll add a fill, drop it right there. Let's turn off the shadow for right now, so I'm not overloading my computer. Then we're gonna move this onto the crown. something. Like, let's give it a little bit of indentation. Yeah. Yeah. Delicious. And a little bit darker. Perfect. Then, well, actually, take it back. So we'll have just a ring on the middle, but we still have all this really cool stuff here. Take the sky from me. This looks a little warped. I'm not enjoying that. So we're going to open Blender. We're going to fix the UV mapping to prevent that warping. Also save. Go to Era. And we can see it a little bit in the sides. In the middle one, it's fine. But on these ones, it definitely is warping a little bit. Definitely. So basically, just done this. All right, now that all straightened out there. But we want really just these points right here. Unpin those. And kind of jiggle. Take it back. It's these ones. There we go. All right, so just straighten that edge out. And straighten this edge out. Excuse me. Goodness. Oh, thank you. Gesundheit. Say that again. Gesundheit. No. Because I have to look that up. I used to know how to pronounce that. I'm getting old. So close. What? 6. Now, the reason I really want to straighten all this out is just it's something you're going to look at, right? It's something you're going to look at pretty closely. So you just want to ensure that these squares are as straight as they can be. All right, that's good enough. And then the front here. Actually, this should line up with this. So we see some differences here. So what is these points right here? So if we put our cursor here, we actually want 0.6 SX0. We want them up there. No, sorry, wrong side. We want these up there. Or maybe better yet, put the cursor here. And we move the section to there. No, that's still awkward. I just want it to look good. Alternatively, we can just go the other way. Take this one, bring it up. No, that's stupid. All right, it's good enough. Take this whole thing, file, export, FBX. We want to send it to Substance Paint, Royal Garb Low Poly, Royal Garb Low Poly, Substance Paint to be 2, export.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit, of course.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Better. Better. Gesundheit. All right. A little bit more embossing. Let's take one more little shape. I think we'll do this cool moon. Linear Doge. Linear Doge. Stretches a little bit too much for this. Or we just need to shrink it down. We are in 1024 right now, so we're kind of at half resolution. Dude, anytime my computer has a hiccup, I'm just like praying. I am praying. Please do not crash anymore. Let's do the one. So the one thing we're going to remove from the gold, or better yet, get the emboss working first. Shadow template. Shadow template. Just a little bit of shadowing there. Looks nice. Yo, what the fuck? That looks terrible. Okay, that's better. Okay, it's gonna look fine. It's just at the very low resolutions it gets chunky, which makes sense. It's a low resolution. She's free. Hi, Lux. Oh, she didn't get very far. All right, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Um, not low resolution, just going for that 8-bit aesthetic. Aesthetic. It's true. I am all about aesthetic. Magical square sprinkles here and there. A little bit of sprinkling there, and a little bit there. I'm going to push this balance really high. Kind of just lower the intensity there. Just enough so that we can tell which side is which. All right, let's get some emeralds in there. Emeralds. I think we can just do a template. Oh, template. Emeralds. And we'll make it green. Emeralds are green. Mascot. Got to think about the peeps who bought GPU with 8 gigabytes of VRAM last year. Got to make sure they're in the grave. So I destroyed their graphics card. I will need to go to high res to verify that this one's working properly. don't think this is the one I'm looking for. One of these, though. Some like faceted one. Maybe it was a Veroni. Veroni. Please don't crash. Scary. Just too intense right now. Let's lower the height intensity. We're just looking for something that's, this might work with the levels. Turn up that contrast. Man, there was one the other day I was like, oh, this would be perfect for jams. I wish I had written down which one that was. No. You can't take the sky from me. The sky from me. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? Might actually be easier to get something perfect. We're going to remove this. How do I not click this? No, and then I click this random square. I never know what it does. Hello, Era. Indeed, indeed. On that early grind. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the high poly crown. Actually, we're going to go to the low poly crown. We're going to duplicate it and move it into the high. Then hide this one. This one here, we're going to select and delete. Now we have a new crown. Darn, this one doesn't have the... In order to get the correct one, I need to open this one. This one. Perfect. So I'm going to copy this one. Go back to my main file. Grime or grind? A bit of both. A grimy grind. Slap it with the high poly. Okay, so this one saw as the mirror, which is good. Because what we're going to do So we're going to take these. And we're going to delete them. And then we're going to take this, fill, 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 select them all, extrude faces along normals, bring them in, delete that, delete that. Okay. Then we're going to create a icosphere. Which we will delete half of. I didn't really have to do that. That's okay. Now we're going to shrink it. We're going to stick it right into the gem. I'm going to back up. Back up a few steps. Take it back. So instead of deleting these, we're going to separate them. And then we'll still fill these in. Face, extrude along normals. There we go. Then bring back these objects. And these ones, we don't want to combine this. We're going to combine them here. Control J. So we give the subdiv on the crown. But on these ones, we want to do is slap it with a bevel multiple times. It's not beveling all of them, which is annoying. Okay, so we won't do that. Hey, Sam, gotta bounce again. Take care and stay awesome. Same to you, new one. You have a great rest of your day. And I'll catch you later. Enjoy your Thursday. Almost to the weekend. Almost. There we go. That's what I want. A bevel like that. Then we get the gem. The gemness. Then if we slap it with a subdiv, it should get sharper. Let me undo that real quick. So we'll just do an even slider right there. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. So undo it once, really quick, and apply the mirror first, and then we'll do it again. Okay. And then we can combine these with the crown. And now we have actual gems, gem shapes to bake. And most importantly, they actually conform to the topology, which is really cool. This is the high poly, high poly, high poly. Poly want a cracker. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, exported back to Painter. We go to bake mode. We bake it. Oh, yeah. Much better. Much, much better. Okay. So now, don't forget to replace the Unity one. Yes. Yes, indeed. And then we'll go to the crown. We have our emeralds layer. And we can add on top of this another fill, base color. And we're going to add a, you know what I should have done? Always want to just drag out a template. Easier. We're going to add in here a fill with I think the curvature was looking real nice. Generator. Curvature. One of them is either curvature or did we make the height on this one? Which map was it? One of them had what I'm looking for. Yeah, it is curvature. Okay. Is it though? Man, that just doesn't look like what I was just playing around with though. Weird. Okay. Generator's not doing what I want, so we'll just grab the map directly. There we go. Now we have what we want. We got our levels. Give it some nice contrast right there. Get the edges. You can even invert it, or at least slap this with an overlay. Darken it, something like that. And yeah, this looks pretty good. Boom, boom. All right. I think we want a darker green. Let me just look at emerald. Double check I'm getting the right color. More of a pale green. That. Slightly brighter. Boom. Maybe a little less rough, a little less shiny. This shouldn't look wet. It should be shiny, not wet. Yes. Catch the light. And maybe a little metallic. Just so it doesn't feel like normal material. Okay. A slight emission, maybe. bit of glow. Teensy weensy bit of glow. Turn that on. All right. Dope. Then let's go on to the stuff and pull our reference. Really? All right, it's pretty straightforward. You duplicate, duplicate of fill here. Ooh. Why is it so slow? Holy moly. I put this to down to 1024 for now. It's just unreasonably slow. All right, dope. Probably want to paint out the back side. Then maybe these ones. You know, we're using like an emboss for it. Oh, welcome home. Kitty cat. I'm streaming. That's why. You're fine. I just it's like there's a cat no matter in the store. Oh really? I just sent you. Hello Zoom. Good morning. Yeah, here's the character so far. Or here's the clothing. I don't have the character open, but everyone say hi to Joe. Hey everybody. What are the ring things? Oh, they're for it's a dragon character and he has horns. Yeah. That's cool. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming. Well, I'll show you the finished results sometime. I don't want to open too many programs because I've already crashed once this morning, which sucks.
That is small. He's got a really long single page.
Yeah, it's really, really long. Oh, look. What are you whining about? It's like either pat me or down. Oh, his little paws. His little paws. All right. Oh, too much fuzz. Get him. Go get him. Loving the trim on that cape. Thank you, Zoom. Yeah, it's coming together. It is coming together. Oh. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. I know it was amazing. Hi, Zoom. Good. 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 Sehr good. So this chain element here, I think we'll want to imply that it can bend a little bit. So we're going to add a stripe fill. Shift those. Turn off repeat. It's already off. Okay, perfect. Then move this to here. Boom. 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 All's done working already? Heck yeah. So is it late for you then, I would assume? 3 p.m. Okay, not crazy late. But definitely getting into the end of the day, the end of the afternoon. Oh goodness, I'm getting sleepy. Or I should say, I'm still waking up. I don't clock in for about 30 minutes. The very start of your day. Let's get a fun fill on here. No, down here. That's kind of cool. Is it the tube? That's funny. I don't want. You don't want to clock in. The curse. All right, the bad news.tm. The chimney folk did something to knock power out of one of my rooms. My goodness. These handymen are not so handy. My day was a slow one as well. No one in the team felt productive today. That means next week is gonna be nuts. Good. All right. It's already on. All right, now we're going to hit some of these other objects up, like the rings and stuff. The ring a ding dings. Ring a ding. Ring a ding. Save. Go to 2048 for a second. Check it out in high res. This one's fun because it actually has a dragon in the design. It's like a little dragon somewhere in here. Is it here or one of the other? One of them has a dragon. Oh yeah, this one. That's on the ring. Dragon meta. That one is the one I was just previewing was 2K. But in Unity will be going up to 4K for most of the normals. Maybe. We'll see. Might have to stick it to 2K, depending on the. Well, if we're going to very poor anyway. We'll see. Nice. I think that's a nice little bit of ambient occlusion there. Also, hello, Snardo. How's your morning going? Migraines, not good. No. Slowly crawling back to my desk. I hate migraines. I wish you well. Get some of those electrolytes. My brother used to get them a lot when he was younger. I'm looking at the stuff. And I've only had a few very memorable ones in my lifetime. Just recently learned that you can get that migraines are like, it doesn't have to feel like pain or anything. Like it could totally do other weird stuff to your weird sensory stuff to you. Anyway, I get vertigo during migraines. Oh man. I need a refund on this brain. No more migraines, please. Man, I could have spaced this stuff even closer if I wanted to. Thought I wouldn't have the space, but turns out I did. All right, so now we're going to add the last layer, our 3D curvature template. We're going to save it before we do. Just drop it right there. And hope we don't crash. All right, perfect. No crashing. Set it to overlay. Doesn't look too different, except on the differences. We'll go to base color to see those differences. So now things kind of pop a little bit more. This is where we're getting that highlight from. Right about there. We'll just slap it with some blur. All right, that looks quite nice. And then we'll do the shadows. I'm going to put the shadows above it. Set them at 1 as well. Maybe a little bit less, a little too strong. Boom, boom, boom. Get some balance in there. Contrast. And then, of course, some blur. Some blur. I like doing this because it creates these nice soft gradients on the body. That I think just kind of help emphasize the form. Though our rings are not receiving any of that. So we're going to add a white matte. And we're just going to take it out of the rings. I think the last thing we'll do after this is just touch up the belt. All right, let's check it out in Unity. Go ahead and export these textures. Oops. And then also open Unity would be a good call. Loading, loading, loading. Waiting on Unity to load. Rawhide. I hate typing on an iPad. 1 second. Beautiful! Exclamation point. Hope you're having a great start to your trip, Mom. Oh well, you all heard that. Anyway. I messaged you, my mom. Okay. That's funny. I thought I muted myself for a moment. Oh well. Or Unity. Come on, Unity. Load, load, load. It really can't even be that bad. Look at this. Like nothing's near 80 or 70%. It's just this thing's doing power usage. What is this? Unity, yeah. My computer's just lazy. That's what it is. Is it though? Is it open? Is NVIDIA trying to push you to online render farms and such? Or perhaps I can interest you in a budget 4,000 GPU card? Oh, what a deal! There we go. Also, this is I don't think I ever showed this on stream, but this is the Quest version of ZP. Look how optimized. Look at the optimization. Also, if any of you have not gone into Quest, just the Quest version of VR chat, specifically on Quest 2, the hand tracking is really fun. You know, it just feels so good to have like your fingers fully articulate. Like the index doesn't come close to that. Does not even come close to that. The cape is clipping. Clippy cape. Clippy cape. Also, this material here does not have any texture of any kind, so I need to add that. Let's take the outfit, put it over. Not that one. God, you pulled the teeth right out of him. Let's just do this quickly. No. There we go. Oh, sure. Got back on though. I'm on index and I can't even imagine not having basic movement anymore. In games where I just want have a meat blob fist or something. You know what you get? You get a steak for a hand. Yeah, I really want more finger tracking and stuff. Just it feels good. Feels good. All right. The boy is majestic. Majestic boy. Brown's looking quite good. Nice. Yeah, we just need to get the belt here. The little material here in the corner. I think it's supposed to be red or black. And then we're good. Then we'll start rigging. Oh, and then the buckles. Cape looks really nice. Very pleased with that. Regal. Powerful, even. Potent. It's kind of funny to have him wear the glasses, though, while he's in the scar. Let's move the glasses over. There we go. Would he be wearing the glasses while in king mode? I don't see them in that, so I'm assuming no. King mode. You dropped your crown, king. All right, save that. I'm going to cover this up with animator. Hope that helps the rendering in Unity. I don't destroy my computer with Substance Painter. Some today, Substance. Sometime today. Thank you. Oh, you made one change? Let me take 8 hours to save. Be a dark blue. Should not be so glossy, though. I like the red. The pattern doesn't really come through though. Substance just takes too long to save. Just actually, it shouldn't be that long. All right, lastly is the belt. So really all we need to add are little holes for the belt, because we'll have a buckle. Need the end of it too. So we need like an end to the belt. And then wherever we'll place the buckle will be right there. So we'll go into that belt. And I suppose we'll just add it to this stud material. It's already working pretty nicely. So we'll duplicate one of these fills, set it to arrow, like this. And find a good spot for it. Here, here. So we need a shadow going out the other side. We need to do this on its own layer. So copy, make a template here. Call this not buckle, but belt tip. And we'll put it up here. Paste that into it and remove it from this one. Okay. So it'll be something like that. And then underneath it, we want, underneath it, we want BT belt tip shadow. Let a fill gradient. Something like right here. Maybe even here. Should be black. A little bit of roughness, something like that. And some height push down. So kind of catches the light a little bit. Okay. And adjust that a little bit more, move it over this way. Kind of like that. Then on the tip, this will be metallic. Will have its own height, and the height will place. Then, of course, its own ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion also needs to be set to replace. Maybe that's the roughness. Okay, let's go down here and get rid of the AO. It's annoying that it just comes right through. All right. Push the height up. Make sure these both are above the edges, so don't get that fraying. And let's add paint. Remove it from that. All right. I'm actually going to move it down because I want it to be more on the side. Right about there. And then move this over too. A little bit further. Gradient. I like that. That looks nice. Okay. There for the metal. Put some sort of emblem or something. Alpha. Boom. Gorgeous. All right. I like that. Next. I'm going to duplicate this. Flip the other way. A bit of shadowing. Going the other way. No, that's fine. All right, now we need some holes. Let's actually go down to our pants. We're going to copy the layer here. PB belt holes. And I'm going to paste it up here. Boom. This has a bunch of fills. Please just let me drag this out. Noise. Noise. Put that right there, a little bit smaller. Boom. Duplicate. Duplicate. All right, and that should seal the deal on the texturing. All right. We're going to move on to rigging now. We've got texture-wise, there'll probably be a few tweaks. I really should not be talking learning textures. I just need to keep that. Totally prevents me from actually talking. Okay, all right, we're good. We escaped Substance Painter. We escaped it. And now we're free to live as we want in harmony. All right, so we can delete all the high poly categories. And whoop, she will just be turning on just the body for right now. Now we're going to merge stuff. Yeah, we'll merge the tail. To the body. The wings, I think we will hide for right now. Just until we've got everything set up. Because they are at a separate image, which is good. And put those wings as well. All right. We'll go ahead and both of these are mirrored, so we'll take this, we'll combine it, then do a bit of this, bit of that, bridge, merge. All right, I think I had one vertex or vertex here, something that was different. So this one is 14 edges, 12. Okay, easy. These all line up, 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 line up. It's right here then. These two. Okay, so we'll just get a cut here and a cut here. Bridge, merge, perfect. Big tail, best tail. The best. And then we'll Control S, Q, reset vector. Which doesn't look like they need to do, but and since we have a little bit extra geometry, I am going to go ahead and bisect this really quick. All right. Perfect. So now we also have to include the eyes in here. I'm going to delete this collection, move the eyes into the body. We put all this stuff back. All right, we're set up, ready to start rigging. So I'm actually going to go ahead and record this part as well because I think it'd be good for people that want to use Auto Rig Pro have an insight in how I use it to rig characters. So I'm going to be like doing YouTube comments. You know what? Can I get chat in here on my screen? How do I add chat to my window capture? Chat. Yeah, I think so. Browser, audio, scene, text. Hang on one second. I'd love to have that in my YouTube video so people know I'm streaming. Chat, OBS, overlay. How do I add chat to my stream? I have to use a browser source and a third party thing. Okay. Probably a little bit too much.
You have to do is scroll through all the different packages. Where once you've connected your Twitch account, like set the stream tab, and we'll go to Twitch. We'll click on connect account. We're now going to log in with our username and password. Once you've connected your Twitch account along with the stream and for then you can read this. It says you closed a dockable window. If you'd like to show it again, use site, and then once up, we will accept the agreement. We'll state.
Okay, yeah. So you have to use some third party thing. We won't do that now. But I will go ahead and start recording. I'm going to do like YouTube shenanigans over there. Should just be able to use pop out chat in Twitch for OBS, by the way. I do have this, so I could just move this over. Say hello, everyone. But I can't grab this window with OBS. That makes sense. Say hi to yourselves, everyone. Different program myself, so I don't remember how to do OBS, just that window capture, but another time, etc. Yeah. Darn. I wish it was simpler. OBS is a little limited. All right, but we're jumping into the YouTube recording, so I'll do YouTube sounding stuff. Hey everyone, this is Sam and chat. They're off the side, so I might be talking to them. But I just want to go over how I rig my VR avatars using Auto Rig Pro. So this is just going to be a kind of a me going through my process of rigging this character Era here for my client Era. So we're going to create a skeleton, getting everything moving, and then creating custom bones, which is kind of an essential part of the process. I'll try to be talking through most of the process, but also be talking to chat. So just keep that in mind, and let's get into it. Right. So to start out, we're going to open AutoRig Pro. So just install the add-on. Once you have it installed, you'll have this little window, and I like to use AutoRig Pro Smart. You select your eyes and body, and then you say get selected objects, full body, bada boom. And then we're going to begin to target the points. If you ever use Mixamo rigging, very similar to that. So we're just kind of hitting certain points. So that was the chin, we got the shoulders, just putting them in the appropriate places. Relatively self-explanatory. Spine root, right in the middle of the groin. And then ankles. We do have digigrade legs, but that won't affect our rig. Go spine 3. I prefer a spine count of 3. And now we'll do the facial setup. Boom. All right. Boom. Just kind of moving these things around. The mouth, I'm actually not going to set up here because we'll have another chance to get it more accurate, and I want an additional bone. So we're going to just leave that there. Put this is the cheek puff and squint. So the squint is for like this kind of smile line right here. And then the puff will allow the cheeks to puff. And then we want this part to be between the eyes. Right there. And this to be at the tip of the nose. And these are our ears. Boom. Boom. Eyeballs. Or not eyeballs, but eyelids. Now, for it, this is the corner and this is a corner. So you want to put these side ones into the corners of the eyes. So I like to rotate it, kind of scale it. Kind of boom. Okay. something to that effect. And okay. Generally, you just want them evenly spaced between this point and this point. So this is the middle, somewhere try to get in the middle between these 2 points, and then the middle between those 2 points, and then the middle between these two. You get the picture. Something like that. And that. And each of these, all of these actually, will become individual little control points that we will use to manipulate the face. If you're familiar with rigging VR chat characters, sometimes doing blend shapes may seem easier for expressions, but I have definitely found that if you have a good rig, it's a lot faster and easier to update or tweak later than doing individual blend shapes, which can be a huge, or shape keys in general can be just a huge problem when you are looking to apply modifiers, things like that. All right, so we got those set up. Next, before we continue, we want to select the eyes. So we're just going to search. I named my eyeballs eyes. We add that there. Now that we've got the body, the face, and the eyes selected, we can just hit go. And that will create our rig. So the step we just did, it's just for AutoRig Pro to get a decent idea of where to place bones. And it's going to look at our skeleton and guess where it should place them. So it did a good job of guessing where all the fingers are, but this can definitely mess up. Any point can mess up. Sometimes, for example, you can see the hips are pushed back because of the tail. But it's not a big deal. So now we just do a second pass of placing our bones exactly where we want them. All right. And when you're looking at the hand, do the hand first. Always double check the name of the bone because you want the thumb bones be where the thumb is. Sounds silly to say, but you just want to double check to ensure you're putting the right bone there. And I'm also setting up my snapping tool to volume. We can turn off align rotation. I just want it to do volume. And that way, when I hit Shift Tab and turn it on, I can just move them and they'll automatically snap to somewhere between these surfaces, which is very nice and quick and easy for rigging a body. So we can kind of see where these should go. You can see there's a knuckle there, kind of a knuckle here. And this is sometimes a little bit inaccurate depending on your topology. But I like to put it just as close to the tip of the finger as possible. With the nails and claws, it is a little bit different than it kind of usually is. Or the placement is different. And if I go into solid mode, or actually, yeah, solid mode, wireframe, we can see that there's a nice little indent here. And so that's where I put the crease. And we want the knuckle bone to be right in that crease. So right about here. And we just keep doing that. So there's the crease right here. Move this over to the knuckle. Oops. And we just keep going. So it's going to get, I'm going to probably just be a little quiet for this next section or just keep mumbling and stuff, but you get the picture on what needs to be done now. I'll put that there. Bam. There. And there. And here. And there. And here. So one thing is to note is that we are just placing the finger bones. With AutoRig Pro, there are more bones for the hand as a whole. So these bones here do get rigged. And it's quite useful what they do. We'll see a little bit later kind of exactly what they do. But I find them quite handy. So definitely worth doing, worth keeping them. But you just kind of want them a little bit lined up. I think we could kind of scale them together a little bit too, just like that. But basically what these bones do is they will spread open the palm, because your palm can kind of compress. You can squeeze it thinner, wider, and these can help that, especially in like exaggerated animations. May not be necessary for VR chat, but it is helpful for anyone looking to do animations. Okay, so placing that right in the elbow. Now for the shoulder, I like to straighten this bone out. I've just found that VR chat gets a little bit funky when it's at an angle. It tends to behave more consistently when it's just flattened. And a little bit over. And then, yeah, that looks pretty good. Spacing looks nice there. I prefer it to bend over the armpit, somewhere between this like kind of shoulder and armpit. Right there is probably good. All right, let's go on to, oh, actually one thing before we move on from the arm. If I click this limb in the AutoRig Pro settings, we have the option to, where is it? Oh, show IK directions right here. So this is another thing it won't appear in VR chat, but it does help assist with your setup for your control rig. So basically, as I adjust my bones, it's showing where it's going to place. If you're familiar with IK, it's showing where it's going to place the pull for the elbow. So right there is pretty good. And we'll do this for the leg as well. All right, so looking at the leg, we're going to move everything in. This is the spine root right here, and this is the hip. For me, I like putting the hip right between the kind of curve here and then the bottom of the butt. Right about there. Knee goes in the knee. For the digigrade foot, this whole section is just going to move with the lower shin. There we go. These pieces here are just to determine the back of the foot, because again, there's going to be a control handle that be placed. Usually these are in a good spot. For VR chat, the toe bone, so this bone here, you want this to be at the bottom. So if I look at the global position at Z0, and you may have to actually adjust your model because this bone is what will touch the floor. That's where it determines the position of your foot in VR chat. So whatever you want to touch the floor, to be above or below the floor is determined by this bone. If I had it up here, that means it would push the model down, and this whole section of foot would be below the floor. So definitely keep it at a good point. Some clipping's okay. I mean, if you think about your foot, it's pressing against the ground anyway, so some of that's expected. All right, I'm going to switch to the front view. And we're going to try to line this up a little bit. Certainly the knee needs to be right in the middle. needs. Needs to be in the middle. And then somewhere right here for this bend. Between this point and then the hip. Okay. And we should sub the IK direction on. We do. We want to maybe move the point over to the right a little bit. So go ahead and straighten that out, move it over, rotate it a little bit. Still not great. Right about there. All right, that's pretty good. Okay, now this next point is the hip. So for the root bone and the hip, in VR chat, they have to have a very specific placement. Otherwise, your hips are going to twist upwards or backwards. So put on full body tracking and your character's hips flip randomly, either up or down, this is why. You need to place this root bone a little bit behind the hip and above. So this point, this bottom one here, needs to be behind and above your hip bone from this perspective. Has to. Otherwise, it gets weird. Okay, so now for the hip bone, we imagine that your pelvis ends right here. Move it up a little bit. So this section will be controlled by the root bone. And then this is this bone. So we have 1, 2, 3. This is the hips. This is the midsection of the ribs. So somewhere right there is where the ribs would start bending. And then this will control the midsection. The tail I usually attach to the root, or not just usually, almost always it's attached to the root. So let's keep that in mind. Speaking of, so one cool thing that AutoRig Pro has is you can add a limb. So we can go ahead and just add a tailbone, and it's going to create a chain of bones that we have some control over. Now, this character has a very, 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 very long tail. So we're going to have to add a lot of bones. So let's kind of get it placed where we want it. And then we're going to go limb options, limb count. Let's say we want 4 bones for each segment here, so 16 total. I'm going to double check really quick the performance count for bones. It's a very handy website. Just Google VR Chat Performance. These are the main documents here. But it does tell us how many transforms we have. Oh, 64? Okay, we should be fine. Maybe even go a little bit more. Let's bump it up to let's do 24. Just a bit more. Okay. And there we go. There is our tail. Let's just place it right there. I'm going to put my cursor here. Select the limbs again. Do 0.6 scale in order to line that up properly. And then L, Shift, grab that. Bam, just lower that a little bit. Awesome. All right, so there is our tail. And AutoRig Pro will automatically attach it to our hips, which is awesome. Okay, so we've done the legs, done the spine, we've done the arms. Now let's focus on the head and the face rig. Okay. So what we want to do is move this to be at the base of the neck. Kind of see my shoulder goes up, and this is like the this spot right here between the collarbones, somewhere between that and then where you imagine the top of like that bump spine bump. And then here we'll scale this, move it. We want this to pivot somewhere between the bottom of the jaw and the back of the head. All right. Now, for the jawbone here, for its placement, you definitely want the tip to be at the chin, tip of the chin. But for this part of it, you want to place this, if you imagine a circle here, circle around the bone. In fact, let me go ahead, draw this. It's going to rotate. This would be the center of the circle, and then it's going to rotate around the circle this way. So depending on how you want your jaw to open, you need to think about moving this piece in order to change rotation. So if I moved it here, this wouldn't work as nice because it's going to rotate straight down, which does not look as natural. You do kind of want it to be above, so it curves towards the bottom of the neck. Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of, this is a good spot. Not going to play with that too much. Now here we have the nose bones. So this is kind of the tip of the nose, and this is the base of the nose. This is designed a little bit with more humanoid characters in mind, so this isn't always the most optimal bone setup, but it is worth having. And I'm going to put it right about here so we can control the tip of the nose and then kind of this base of the nose, so we can do like scrunching motions. These bones here are the top of the teeth and the bottom of the teeth. So the teeth are actually broken up into 3 bones for the top and 3 bones for the bottom. So you can do kind of adjustments during certain facial animations. But for now, we just want to kind of place them in a good spot up front. So something like that. And I'm just using numpad 1 and 3 to switch between the front and side view. That's pretty good. Now let's put them a little bit closer together. Okay. This here is the tongue. So it's a little hard to see, but I do have a tongue right here. And we want to put that in the tip and the base. So just kind of line that up. Tongue rigs are surprisingly difficult to make on your own. So I really like using AutoRig Pro for this because its setup just makes sense. Okay, something like that. Top teeth, bottom teeth. Move the top teeth down a little bit more. Okay. Now, we're still going to stay focused on the jaw and teeth and mouth area. So we've done the teeth, we've done the tongue, we've done the jaw and the nose. Now we have these little itty bitty bones for the mouth. So basically, if we look at it from the front, you can see these are the center of the lips to the corner of the mouth over here. So this one is actually 2 little bones. That's how you know it's the corner. And we'll eventually place that up here. But what I want to do is go to the limb options, and I want one more set of bones. So we have a little bit more control over the lips. To do that, I'm going to select the head bone, go to limb options, and we have tons of options, but the one I'm concerned about is the lips amount. I'm going to go ahead and hit that to 3, hit OK. And now I have another set of bones right here. And you can see the corner of the mouth has gone here. So that is good. Now I'm going to hit Shift Tab, switch this to Face Project for my snapping, and we're just going to put these into position. First, though, just to make this simple, I'm going to select all the facial bones like this, then invert my selection and hide everything else with H. And that'll make it a lot easier to work with. I don't know what that is. Weird. Okay, back to this little corner. So I'm going to move that up here to the corner of the mouth. And then just keep doing that. Keep moving all the pairs. You can see it's putting the other bones on the other side. Oh, actually, let me back up 1 second. I just want to confirm. You want to make sure project individual elements is off. That way they'll stay perfectly straight. Okay, something like that. There. And here. I especially want to have a bone right on the piercing because that will ensure that I always have full control over where the piercing is. And there we go. So center of the mouth, side, 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 and then the back. Final tweak is just to move them very close to the edge of the lips. When you move the middle ones, always make sure to zero them out. Or you can do 0.6 SX0 to ensure it's perfectly straight. All right. So that's the lips. I'm going to hit Alt-H to unhide all the bones. And now we're going to move on to the squint bone, which should be just below the eye. I'll move it right over here. And then the cheek puff, which you kind of want to put in an area where you imagine it'll scale out. I rarely use this bone. I'll still add weight painting for it, but I don't use it that often. Just important to know where to put it. These are the eyebrows here. And we're just placing them kind of evenly spaced along what the topology we imagine is going to move. And you can see I kind of have this arc here. That'll probably be where this stuff moves. This little handle will control the placement of all four of these bones. It should be floating and easy to access. So I like keeping it right there. And finally, we have the ears. We're going to select those, go to Limb Options, set it to 4, because we want 4 bones for our ears. And we'll do the same with the other side. For some reason that doesn't mirror automatically. 4, okay. But now they will mirror position quite nicely. So put this in the ear. Select them. They're kind of disjointed, and that's so you can do stretching. But something like that looks perfect. Well, all right. So that is the general bone setup. Now, some of you may be wondering at this point, well, I need custom bones or bones for things that aren't included in the standard limb features. It is important that you add your custom bones after you make the rig. You do not add them at this point. You add them at a later step. That's one of the biggest differences. You just want to think of this as like AutoRig Pro owns this skeleton, and then there's another version you can add stuff to that is created from this. Fused Rigify, it's a little bit similar to that, but I like this one more. And so we're going to go ahead and hit Match to Rig, and it's going to generate stuff. Ta-da! So, a lot to look at here, but this is why I love AutoRig Pro. So when you're in the past, when I was making VR chat rigs, you just make each individual bone. And then if you wanted to animate things, you might have to either do just single bone rotations to animate, kind of like FK animation. And that sucks. It just sucks to not have the option or have to build another control rig over it. Whereas AutoRig Pro just automatically gets everything set up for you. Um, so the character is not going to animate right now, but we can see that we can move. Let me turn off Shift Tab. We can move the rig. Everything's moving and updating automatically. And it looks great. The bone properties here, the scale, you can always go in, and I do this pretty regularly where you just go in and you can scale this down to a more appropriate size so it's not gigantic. Now, in fact, I'm going to do that to all of these back here. I'm just going to scale them down right about there. Copy all to selected. And there we go. Simple, easy, and effective. Not all of the control bones you can automatically change, but that's okay. Now that this is the rig we can add custom bones to. So not the one we were just using, the one that it creates when we hit match to rig. This is the skeleton we add custom bones to. And I will be adding custom bones later. But for now, I'm going to show you the process of rigging or actually creating weight paints for our character. So when we select the skin option, this is what we want to be looking at. Heat maps are one options, but I prefer the voxelized. This is not a standard option. I believe heat maps is kind of basically what you would get normally through standard auto rigging in Blender, but voxelized is really nice. It seems to kind of constrain things nicely and is a quick speed up. So what we want to do is first ensure that our rig is zeroed out, 0, 0, 1, and that our body is zeroed out, 0, 0, 1. Perfect. I'm going to turn off wireframe. And now select the body, select the rig, go back to AutoRig Pro, and bind. Actually, before I do that, so one of the differences between Blender and Unity is this preserve volume option. So in Blender, it does a better job of preserving the volume of your mesh, whereas Unity doesn't do any of that. So if you want to ensure you are rigging your character in a way that is going to match how it moves in Unity, you want to make sure that this is off. Okay, so we're going to hit bind. And yeah, if it doesn't work, I'm going to do this scale fix. All right, so that was really fast. All right, so let's give it a shot. Grab the rig, move it around. Yay! Era is on the move. And for the fun one, so we got this huge tail. The really cool part is like all these properties, all this movement is just built into the rig. I mean, I can't think of a better character to show off this kind of quality because look at that. Look how cool that is. You can do all this fun stuff where it automatically spirals. Anyway, really fun. This is the point where it feels like playing. It kind of reminds me of like playing with action figures or toys when you were a kid. Really the fun stuff. These floating items are not rigged yet. They are separate meshes. But yeah, so that's the general process, and you can see how good it is on the voxelation. Like it kept things very separate. One other thing I should have mentioned at the start is that I do have a mirror modifier on, and if you put your mirror modifier above your rig modifier, then And this is true without AutoRig Pro, just a standard thing for Blender. When you're weight painting and stuff, as long as you have symmetry, um, your weights will automatically be mirrored to the other side of the character, which saves a lot of time. All right, so what next? So at this point, I'm just going to show a little bit of the basic skinning, and then I'll show you how to create a custom bone. We'll do an example on the horns as a custom bone, even though it's not something I'll use in my rig here, but it'll be a good example to show you the process. So first thing for rigging, you want to select your rig, then select the body and hit Control Tab for weight paint. Now, the bones we see here are not the bones that contain the weight data. So if I, for example, control click on this cage here, you can see it's magenta, which means it doesn't have any information. Same with these ones, pretty much any of these except the tail. Tail does have weight rig information. Hands don't. These, well, actually, okay, some of them do. Actually, let me back out. I'm gonna hit Control Tab, go back out, select the rig, go into tab mode, pose mode, and change the viewport display to in front so we can just see all of our bones at once. Select the rig, select the mesh, Control Tab, weight paint, and we're back in. All right, so a little incorrect there. Some of these bones do contain weight information, but not all of them. You would expect this one to, but it does not. These ones do, but this one doesn't. To see all the bones that affect your rig, you want to hit Shift M to change armature layers. Hold Shift again and click this last bottom right layer. And these are the bones that contain weight information. Hey there, Arctic. Hope you're having a good day. Good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday. And then this right here. So you can see the weight now. These are actually the bones that control these initial spots. And it looks like that weight painting will definitely require some manual changes. The legs came out well and stuff, but looks like the fingers did not. And I would assume that has to do with the size of the tail, because usually voxel resolution is determined by the bounds of your mesh. So it'd be a little bit low res for things like the fingers, and I'm assuming the face bones as well. So these are our face bones. Yeah, some of them didn't even rig, but that's not a problem. I mean, these usually don't come in perfectly anyway, so just a good starting point. Now, so these are the actual bones, and we can go in and start making changes. Like if I switch the weight to 0, I can do Alt drag to kind of make sure this weight is appropriate. Then here, drag that out and just kind of blend them. It does come with twist bones, by the way. I use twist bones, so I definitely recommend you do as well. Just my personal preference, but it prevents the risks from breaking in VR chat. I might do a later to show that setup. Doing okay. Cat has blocked me from using the keyboard properly at the moment. She keeps headbutting my hands as I'm typing. That devious little creature. It generates them? Correct. Yes. So AutoRig Pro has twist bones. But really, really cool with the AutoRig Pro is if we go to export and we look at the AutoRig Pro settings, you can remove the twist bones if you don't want them. So it'll automatically merge those bones if you don't want to use them. You do have to rig with them, but it will remove them if you don't want them on your export to Unity. And I'll go over those settings one more time a little bit later. But it's super useful. Okay, so So these are the standard bones here. And these are the control bones. You can go ahead and adjust them. Like this one's probably got too much influence on the butt. So we'd want to go ahead and like first make sure there's a seam here. My tummy's growling so much. And then invert that flexion. And we're going to remove that influence on the vertex group. Bam. A lot easier to deal with now. So it's just moving the tail. Which also, again, looks freaking cool. Look at that. Anyway. Yes, so again, these are the standard bones, but I do want to go over how to make custom bones. So we're going to use the horns as an example in this. So I'm going to go back to just the rig, tab, so we're in edit mode for the armature, shift M, and I want to look at just this last area, because these are the bones we would want to parent our custom bones to. We do not want to parent our bones to any other bones. If we want to bring them into VRChat, they have to be parented to these ones. So for example, we're going to make the horn. Say if I wanted to control this, I'm going to undo that. Shift C, set the cursor. Shift A, bada boom. We're going to take this and move it up to the horn. Because he's kind of horny. Okay, I shouldn't make that joke. That's okay. I'm a family-friendly stream sometimes. Or I should say my is that sometimes my family will see these streams. Okay. So we have the horn. Let's just say this is the bone that's going to control this horn. The one key thing for exporting a bone with AutoRig Pro is the naming. You have to name your bones a specific way. And it's very simple. It's just CC underscore. That's the key part. You put that before any bone you want AutoRig Pro to export along with everything else. So for example, CC underscore horn dot. That's quite a tail there. Oh, absolutely. It's ginormous. I can't wait to put physicians on this. So yeah, CC underscore horn dot L. It's the CC underscore that's the important part. Very important part. And then we, of course, want to parent this. I'm going to turn relationship lines. Parent this to the head. Control P. Keep offset. Bada boom. Then we'll select this. I have symmetrize in my quick favorites, but you can always do armature symmetrize. And now we have horn R. And there you go. Then at this point, we would just exit that, go back to weight painting, and we could weight in that influence. So don't worry about that. And you can see that right now the influence is on both sides. That's because there's no weight group, there's no vertex group for this bone. To create it, you just select it and click. And now it automatically mirrors this one. Easy peasy. Then we do Alt drag to get rid of that weight painting over there. All right, so now we can control the horn. And that's just an example of a custom bone and how you export it with AutoRig Pro. The key thing to note is with AutoRig Pro, you can always go back and edit your base rig. So to do that, it's just edit reference bones. And you click that. Back in here, we could move stuff around like the ear bones. Sometimes I find that I need to move the lips or the teeth. But that's how you do it. But it's just important to note that the horns that we added will not appear here. Just see them again, just hit match to rig. And they're back in a second. Yeah, so now it's back, Shift M, go back to that layer, and you can see that they are indeed back. Ta-da! But yeah, so that's pretty much everything for rigging, and then you just use standard weight painting. I'm not going to go into weight painting in this video. This will just be an overview of what you need to know in order to bring stuff into Unity. So the final thing we're going to touch on is the export settings. So, actually, let me back up. File export for AutoRig Pro, it has its own export category, which is super cool. You could still, of course, just go to FX, use your standard VR chat settings, and you could always, if you don't want the control rig stuff, you just go to armature, only deform modes, and that'd get rid of all the extra stuff that AutoRig Pro adds. So you always have that option. But I like using this one because it has a direct to Unity and a Unity humanoid export. It's perfect. You can always check your rig if there's no issues. So check it, and then it will automatically fix it if you needed to. And let's see what else. You can bring in your facial bones. I prefer to bake them into blend shapes. And maybe I'll do another follow-up video about that. But for now, I'll just point them out. Pretty much leave everything as is. Twist doesn't really. Yeah, just leave that as is. Animations, I usually don't bake animations in Blender. The last thing you'd want to do is just make sure initialize FBX armature rotation, exports armature rotation value set to 0. Awesome. And the FBX mesh. Boom. And that's pretty much it for the most part. Axis conversion you can do. I usually leave that off. Sometimes I have some trouble with that. And that's it. So I would just hit it at that point, but not really set to. Or actually, I do. I have my export here. We'll export them. There. Yeah, we can take a look. So here's Unity. Here's the boy. The boy. And yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. All right, I'm going to end the video here. You can always catch me on Twitch. I'm streaming right now, actually. And if you have any questions or anything, but thank you again for watching this video. Good luck with your rigging, and bye. All right, chat, I'm back. I made it through the video. Making tutorials. Kicking butt. Hello, Zoom. But we can do something fun. Let's put the fizz bones on the tail. Let's see how this acts. But I will share that on my main reason for doing that was doing that video is just for anyone in chat that's using AutoRig Pro. Missed out on the mention AutoRig there at the end. Should have asked for the license deal. You're right. I should have. Affiliate. But yeah, if any of you are using AutoRig Pro, that should cover some of the general things. I don't think there's too much else besides like animating. Yeah, it'll be on my YouTube should you all use it for yourself. Okay, let's get this tail fizzed. Bada boom. And we're going to add a PVC, which is a floor collider. Because fizz bones don't interact with the world. I'm 90% sure of that. They don't interact with the world. They only interact with the colliders you tell them to. Yes. Yes, that has to be the case. Otherwise, it would just be impossible. it would be crazy non-performant. All right. So put that on the plane, put it at the floor, add this to our collider list. Floor collider, bada boom, and hit play. Or actually, let's add some gravity. Point two. Play. There it is. The tail. Oh, that looks awesome. I wish we had a little bit more resolution here. But other than that, oh, that's fucking cool. It it does it for so long. You can whip someone with this. The shading's a little funny. If I can do anything about that. I think I would just put any extra vertices I could add into the tail. But it does look really cool. So what I was thinking is that we can adjust some of these settings. So we have the tail, we have the pull. If I turn the pull completely off, then it should try to stay in place. So it only moves as you move. Whoa, okay. That's a little weird. I don't know why it's all moving at once. You see that? Oh, it's rotating. Oh, interesting. All right, big tail, best tail. Back to this meeting. I like a little bit of that movement. Absolutely. Do a lot of pull. A lot of pull will keep it rigid. What we need is we put just a little 0.001. It kind of moves slowly. That's kind of cool. Will it move perfectly in step with the player? If you can make it follow the player position, you make it so it moves perfectly around corners, right? Yeah, that's my goal with by doing it with the pull, is that it should kind of follow the path the player takes a little bit better, which it does seem to be doing. Not perfectly, and there's still this weird rotation. Do y'all see that? What is that? If it trails behind, it might clip through corners. Clipping's going to happen no matter what. It's too big for there to be none. But I really like the slow kind of coiling. But that stuttering is annoying. You wouldn't be moving this fast in VR, but it's still weird that it happens. I think it's because it's rotating. But I should. So another thing we can do is turn on limits. So let's turn on a polar limit and turn on gizmos so we can see that. So I'm okay with it rotating anyway on this one, or I guess 180. So it should have full movement side to side. But then I would prefer that it doesn't flip. Which, wait, let's think about that. This way. That's already a little bit better. It's no longer flipping upside down, which is the whole point. Man, it's jittery. Oh, of course. I know why it's jittery. It's because there's no radius on the collision. So it's just kind of hitting. It's like a bunch of sticks, like a bag of sticks or something. So I'll hit it with the 0.2. Still a little jittery. This is about as fast as you'll run in VR chat. So it shouldn't be nuts. Big Dale, indeed. Indeed. But now that we have the rotation limit, if I take out the pull, it's pretty fun. You can see how it spins all the way automatically. It's spinning automatically. Welcome back. It's kind of I don't know what the shaking's from. I think I'm just moving too fast. Just too fast. I'm going to copy the Fizzbone settings. Turn that off. Paste again. And then we're going to take the floor collider. We're going to move it out of the body. Does that still work in this setup? Okay, we're still getting that jittering, so it's not the floor collider moving with the Fizzbones. That's not a problem. It's something about, I think, the rotation. They start spinning suddenly, and that gets weird. So, oh. Okay, rotation pitch on. I can't control the roll rotation, though. I can control all the others, but not the roll. Or I can. We just want it to be 0, 0. Let's see what that does. The game view down here. Is it just how my mouse is moving? Hmm. Let's try. We also have. So this didn't make a difference. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. We also have this immobile type world. What would that do? Oh wait, I didn't turn it on. Immobile type world, and then turn that on immobile. Oh, that's interesting. So it'd only be if you moved. Otherwise, it would just. Are bone constraints needed for any sort of so if I take them off, I'll just show you. If I take them off, then what happens, or maybe it won't. No, sorry. So it still has the shaking. Uh, and then it also just rotates. So the whole thing rotates upside down. So I think some constraints will be needed. This could also only be a problem in Unity. It may not be a problem in VR chat at all. The rotation will be in VR chat, but the shaking, that might be in actually, I wonder if it's just pushing on the floor too hard. Let's turn the gravity to 0.01. Very, very light gravity. Actually, let's just take it off. Zero gravity. It's still shaking. So it's something to do with the movement of the character, which again, VR chat may do differently than what I'm doing here. Because right now I'm literally just shaking it with the mouse, which is not how it works in VR chat. So hopefully that would be better, but a bit unsure there. ZP also showed some serious clipping oddities in the editor that would never occur in game. Maybe it's similar. I think so. I'd like to think so. And we can test. So I think I'll just find something I like here, and then we'll throw it into VR chat real quick. It's already looking dang good. I agree. I think the behavior of it's really fun. Oh, maybe the spring. Maybe it was the spring. Oh no. What happens if we turn the spring up? No. Okay. It's so weird. I don't know what to think about that. Oh yeah, if I turn the pull on like very, very little, it does this like moving motion. Eventually it'll straighten itself out completely, but it would probably take like 10 minutes. But it's kind of cool to just have it like very slowly moving. I don't know. I find that appealing. Um, oh, there's also a momentum option. That it certainly does. Have never seen Avatar such a good looking huge tail. They always use the standard movement, which makes them a menace to those around them. Oh yeah, I turned off gravity. May need a tad more pull to be well animated, somewhere between on and off. Yeah, so just the one thing to keep in mind about the pull is that eventually it will perfectly straighten out your tail. So that's kind of the it will always go back to this rest point. Like that. Oh, if we have gravity on, then it'll be a little bit better. And I think we'll want maybe 2 more bones right here. Just so it curves down a little bit better. It's satisfying though. All the way to the end. Another thing to note is that in VR chat, the floor, so its interaction with the floor here, is based on the position of your feet, or the bottom of, based on your floor. So if you're above someone, and I'll make a toggle so you can turn this off, but basically it'll either be perfectly falling down forever, or I broke it there. Droopy tail, sleepy tail. Momentum stiffness. Let's turn that down. Pull all the way down. That's better. That's better. I do think this shaking is something to do with it rotating. Well, no. It wants to move everything with my. So it is kind of trying to move the whole fizz bone. But again, I don't think that's how it's going to work. VR chat. So, okay, I can keep getting to that conclusion. So let's just copy the component. We're going to paste it as is for right now. Oh yeah, a little bit more. Something like that. Copy component. No limits. You can grab it, which is fun, and pose it. Not sure what that will be like. Let's actually hit the debug. Grab filter. Oh yeah, makes sense. Pose filter. All right. Copy component. Let's go ahead and just throw him into Unity really quick and see what he looks like, and that will help any further decisions. He's gonna have no eyeballs. Oh, right. Heavy tail. I'm just glad it moves somewhat smoothly as is. Oh yeah, it'll look a little bit better once I the weight painting done too. Bring to front. Manage project. Are we up to date? Package resolver gesture. Okay. I'm just gonna save this really quick. Then we'll update. I don't know if I can upload right now. Because did you remember reset the parameters so polls on? Yes, I did. VR chat. Did I just? Oh no, I did log in. Nuts! I swear it didn't log in a second ago. Am I nuts? Okay. It did log me out. What the fuck? Wait, no, what? Okay, did you guys see that? Oh, that's so weird. Okay. Only VR chat. Only VR chat. Okay, we need to fix the rigging real fast, and we can upload. That's funny. We need the spine. Head. Goodbye, jaw. And okay, so reset, sample, course. Okay, so the rigging on the hands is messed up. That's okay. Apply. Done. Yeah. Upload. Fix. So it needs one of these. Just realized this tail needs to be rideable for the little guys. That'd be fun to do. I think you can put a seat on a character, so that'd be hilarious. Sir, I am certain people will hug and to it as is. You put a seat on the tail, it would have to wrap them up. That's an interesting thought. I know this because my first sight tail broke from the number of folk who cuddled it. No. Destruction from love. There we go. Error. Failed to upload file. Huh. Ah. Have to quit that every time. All right. Upload again. Didn't even give it a. So, if this happens again, I think I have to assume something about the bounding size just prevents it from working. Which would be so weird to me because I've seen like Titans and crazy huge characters, so that can't be it. There we go. Okay. All right, so not a concern. All right. Oh, I'm already in. All right. I think I need to refresh my world. Said it just uploaded. Yeah, uploaded. Content manager. Man, I can't wait for a lighter headset. Excuse me. Huh. Should be in. Oh goodness. Who did that? Ah, better be there. Yay. Okay. So unfortunately that shaking is still there. You can see it spinning. Donut! Donut! Interesting. I can see the floor moving. With me. Interesting. Interesting. This is sick. Oh, thank you. You can pick it up. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Heckin' adorable. Bit of floating going on. My feet bend weird too. I did turn that off. Yeah, the rigging for the body is not done, or not even started really. But for the floating on the tail, that is pretty much unavoidable because we have to use a floor collider, and it's going to stick to the root of the character. And as the character animates, the feet move up and down, and that is what makes it move. Unless the body has the skin restraint, we have this option. Where is that option? for root motion. What if I turn that off? Looks like the floor is trying to follow the rig. It does. So like things that are attached to everything on your character moves with this object, this main object. And everything you want to include with your character has to be a child or inside this object. And so that is creating kind of this interesting situation. But what if I turn root motion off? Fuzzy cam. Animate physics. What does this mean? Let me look this up really quick. And Unity animator. Or component. Animator component. No, it's not the animator. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at. No, it is. It is. Okay. Normal. The animator is updated in sync with the update call, and the animator's speed matches the current timescale. Timescale is slowed, animations will slow down to match. Animate physics. The animator is updated in sync with a fixed update all. Lockstep with the physics system. You should use this model if you're animating the motion of objects with physics interactions. Oh. And then, so these two, apply root motion and animate physics, could be solutions for the shaking. I'm going to try the animate physics. Save. And we were seeing it here, so it should be here well. Okay, so it looks, can't tell if it's improved at all. It looks the same. It is a bit better. It is a bit better because when I was doing this rapid shaking before, it was like flying off to the side for split seconds. So it is a little bit better, but it's still there. The root motion thing doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, wait. Didn't I? Oh. Animate physics. Play. Animate physics, please. Meh. Unscaled time. Interestingly enough, it is only the flat movement. Or actually, that's any movement that starts pulling the tail. All right, so that didn't seem to do anything. And this just broke. There we go. Normal, apply root motion. If I turn the floor off, do we still get the same jitteriness? much harder to tell. Yeah, we are. Okay. Hmm. Let's see if someone else is asking about this. VR chat, Fizzbones, shake. It's dynamic bones. That's all. I want Fizzbones, please. I may have to ask on Discord.
Stretchy and go over the limit that is above the VR chat's limit. This has to do with new fist bones and new physic bones. So let's get into it. So you want to go ahead and find the thing that you want to stretch, and you're going to see on the right side your physic bones. And now if we look to the max stretch, as you can see, you can only set it to 5 here. Currently it's 25 because I changed it, but max setting is 5 if you try it in Unity. But I'm going to be showing you how to go over this. And now you want to go ahead and find your max stretch. That's all the machines higher. It's either going to go super crazy and glitch around when people try to.
Interesting.
But then on I tried it on other avatars, let's say on the nose and on the ears with like.
To be fair, I'm glad you're doing this, as I couldn't even get the floor modifier to work to begin with. There's definitely going to be some tweaking needed for this, so hopefully we get some a nice solution. But shaking may just be something that happens for the VR chat version, which is a bummer. You are 9 miles ahead of anything I ever imagined. Shaking isn't a big deal, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna just mess around with it for another 30 minutes at the most. See if I can find a solution, and if not, I will move on. Go back to rigging. Just call it my tremble showing to Abby. Fair. Is animated. If we have the poll at, let's say, 0.5, does it still happen? Yes, but in a different way. Okay. So the problem is not. What's that? Oh. So they need some amount of pull. So basically the shaking is happening to the faraway parts. So that's what it seems like to me. It's not happening to the tail that's closest to the body. It's just happening to the ends. Or like halfway through, which is interesting. What if I set this to 1, maximum value on the pole? Should just be rigid. And yeah, we can kind of see it there too. You see how it's jerky here and not here. Hello, Arzadu, welcome. Limits. Let me turn this spring on. Interesting. I'm going to do a mobile world all the way up and turn it down for the opposite of this way. So that should mean that the world movement affects it less. It's going some small weirdness, but is a neat one way or another. Okay, a lot less stretch. And then if we set the pole to like 1, you can see it's still trying to do it in a way. Interesting. Oh. That looks better though. It's not quite following the movement of what it is it's the okay, hard to think about it, but I'm just a really excited Legend of Zelda fan today. Oh, very cool. Is there a trailer out? My brother even texted me. Will the tail collide with all surfaces? So for Fizzbones, you have to tell it which colliders it has the ability to collide with. And you can only add those colliders to your avatar. So I have a floor collider. So it'll only ever collide with this floor, basically. It's an infinite floor. It goes in all directions. All right, we eliminated some of the shaking. At least the main jerkiness of it. The main jerk. What happens if we just lower it? Let's go like 0.2. Okay, so it needs some portion of the motion to be completely eliminated. And the only point it's completely eliminated is at the base of the tail. So something about the base of the tail moving is causing most of this. So let's see if we can do something like that. Still see the shaking. Okay. Let's do halfway. Make this a line. Try that again. Oops. See, it's like trying to do it, but the back of the tail looks really good. Like that's staying in good movement. But you can see that it's like trying to snap and something there. Yeah, new trailer drop can be picked up though. Fair enough. That's the most important thing. Just hope I can afford it one day. The Zelda? Let's do all motion. This it's still shaking. It's just the bigger motions I got rid of, but it is still shaking. Don't know if this is a solvable issue. Just something with fizz bones. Just something fizz bones do. If they stretched a little bit, that'd probably fix it. The problem is that they pull on each other all at once instantly. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, so that got rid of a decent amount of it, but it does just limit all movement a little bit. So it kind of moves with you. You can see it kind of sidewinds, sidewinder style. But that does get rid of a lot of the shake. It's pretty good though. You can still kind of like double back on it, pick it up. Got to do like a little loop to do it. That works. All right. Max stretch. I turn that off. That's for grabbing. It's not for. I have to keep it kind of small because if it's one, yeah, it's 0.2% of this whole length. That could be pretty long stretch. All right, that looks good. That's much better movement. It's not fully sitting in the world, but that got rid of the snapping for sure. All right. Perfect. Let's see if we can. What's the limit on that? Can we lower the immobile even more? Let's try 0.1. So we still see it there. We'll go even further, 0.25. Significantly less. This is probably okay, actually. Right here. Because, like, you might get some snapping if you're doing movement you wouldn't be able to do in VR chat, basically. So let's go ahead and copy this. And paste these values. We're going to do one upload, check it out, and then we're going to move back to doing the rigging. But that looks a lot better. I feel better about that. It would have annoyed me if he just looked so glitchy all the time. Check it out. Arrow round 2. Ah, my nose is so itchy. Oh, seems just as sketchy as before. It's that turn. It's the rotations. The rotations that are incorrect. Or I guess that's expected from what I'm doing. Interest. It's the animation. You can watch the hips, and they do the exact same thing as the tail. It's a really snappy motion. Ching, 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 ching. If I turns the world. But if I do this, is that turning the world? That would be root motion. Okay, let's try uploading without the root motion. Might need those extra bones in the base that you said maybe needed. No. That the tip of the tail would, because there's no delay in the movement. Soon as that hip rotates, the very tip of the tail is already rotating or rotates with it. So it's just kind of how the fizz bones work, as far as I can tell. Potentially, what we can do is we can create the tail and add it to a position constraint. That's tied to the play space. So it stay in the same position, but it face towards. Hey there, Pixie. Welcome. Face a little different. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, you can see how it snaps it. They just had a little stretch. Been lurking since the start. Well, welcome, welcome. So I have apply motion, root motion off here. So that means that doesn't affect it. VR chat must override those settings anyway. Switch to the advanced view. Oh, I have to do that out of this mode. Momentum. I'm going to turn on momentum. All right. Okay. It's a bit better. Still some trouble, but let's start putting it up to 0.3. That feels better. Again, it still breaks in some cases, but now it's like definitely feels like it has weight. Okay. Then stiffness, just turn that to 0 for now. That looks like. I'm assuming we'll want some though. Oh. All right. All right, that's pretty slow, but I don't see any shaking right when I say that. So there's some, but I mean, I'm having to really. It feels very heavy when it's like this. It feels very, very dense. Um, but it's certainly no longer just jumping around. I'm going to turn off momentum. I think we want a little bit of that. 1, whatever, 0.1. Let's try that. Copy these components. Paste the values. Save. Or actually, before I do that, I just want to turn the stiffness down to like 0.5. So it's not full. So I went from 0 to full there. Maybe there's an in-between state. Even just a little bit of that feels way better. Still glitchy here. So we'll do 0.7. It's better though. It's got much more of a menacing vibe now. Okay. Copy component. Paste component. Upload the character. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me out. I was waiting for it to load, but it actually just logged me out instead. Oh, VR chat. Thank goodness. Okay. better. Still not perfect, but certainly improved. What it really is that snap rotation. Bam, 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 bam. That's what's really making it look awkward. It's like you can see it's just moving the whole tail. As soon as I rotate. It's like the bones aren't moving. The space the bones are in is moving. And I think I have an idea how to fix the floor. Well, I'll still move up and down. Down. Boy, I can't use my hands. Well, all right. Okay. Bet if I was real clever with some constraints, I could figure it out. How to remove the completely. If I added on the tail a rotation constraint, and we targeted the chest, just the y-axis at like 0.5, weird. Why does that change based on what I'm selecting, or just snapping back and forth? Gotcha. Cool. I like that. I don't like that. let's try that. So what I've done is I've hooked the root of the tail to only rotate with the upper spine. And that way it shouldn't be necessarily rotating with the hips immediately or the space. It should be paying attention to the spine. Don't know how big of an impact that's going to have, but I'm interested in finding out. I'm only going to see the difference if I in VR. Okay. All right, here we go. Dooba. Dooba dooba. Shit. Interesting. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. I said it. It's the immobile settings. Wow, what? I don't think that is quite right. It's not just a tail, it's a tower. All motion. Come here. It's so funny. Because this is fine. It just suddenly wants to go up. And I mess up the gravity. Okay. If I hit 0, it goes back there? Why would the rotation affect that in any way? Okay. Can set axis for the gravity. No, just the up or down. All right, well, let's go back here. Let's go to that constraint I added, the rotation constraint. Let's revert this. Turn this off. Revert this. Hit play one more time without it enabled. Just to confirm it's what it's doing. Normal behavior, yes. So then I don't want a rotation constraint. I want an aim constraint. So I want it to look at the spine. I don't want it to look with the spine. I want it to look at the spine. Maybe. This is only weight of 0.5. What happens when it's 1? It's weird because it doesn't move anything here. It doesn't even change these rotation values. So how is it changing what the rest of the fizbone does? Okay, let's take that off again. Just going to remove it completely this time. Now press play. What happens when I rotate this bow? Well, it was... Okay, this is what I would expect. Staying on the floor, I can rotate this bone as much as I want. Why would that? Oh, okay. All right, so we have to use a name constraint. It can't be a... I thought you could. Wonder if they changed it. Yeah, maybe it could be the bones axis. So I want this to be object up, the y-axis up, perfect. Aim vector should be positive z, it is. Our target is the spine, 2. That being said, we don't want it to rotate on the x-axis. Just the y, just the y. Okay, so the constraints interfere directly with the fizz bones for some reason, and it's not an obvious one. It's just funny because I've used constraints on fizzbones before, but I've never seen it behave quite like that. Where it just completely changes the orientation of that bone. It's just a completely different orientation. It's fine for now, methinks. Yeah. Just would love to not have it act weird. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom. I shall return, and then we'll just continue with the rigging. All right, I'll be back. All right, we're back. So, I could try to redo the rigging, but it doesn't really matter that much. It ends up being some manual anyway most of the time. But we're just going to go ahead and do it manually. Speed one of these bones, yeah. Something else is affecting. Gotcha. Hello, Silent. Welcome. Hello. How's your day going? Hello, I'm good. Just lurking a few streams. Hope you're doing. I am. Working on a dragon at the moment. Another dragon. This is him right now. There's more items and stuff, but we're starting on the rigging. We're getting him sorted. Dragon. But welcome. Hope your day is going fantastic. Fellow Derg, love the tail. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we're getting that sorted. Trying to make the fizz bones work properly for a fizz bone that size. Bit of a challenge. Actually, we'll do that one. Bump, bump, bump. Looking good. Durgs are amazing. I relate because I am one too. You Dursh Durgan. Gosh Durgan. Big tail, best tail. Oops. Bam, 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 bam. I break that part. Perfect. Need a little bit more influence here for this bone. Perfect. All right, just work our way up the arm. Decent amount of overlap here on the twist bones. A little too much overlap. Something else might have influence there. Perfect. And then take it out here. Do you have the twist bone? Kind of want to limit it this way. Go the other direction. This way. And here is way too much influence. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Move that back. Here's the. So we got the arm working pretty well. Let's focus on the torso now. Something like this should yield good movement. I wish. I wish. All right, that looks good. Nice compression. Squish that a little bit. Squish the knee. Squish the knee. Then blur it out that way. 2. Bum, 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 bum. All right. That's a good looking knee. Then here, wait that out. This out. And then here, we want this gone and this brought in. Steppy. There we go. Nice. Feels good. Squishy. Squishy, squishy, stompy, stompy. He's steppy. The groin it needs to stretch a little bit. It's always a trade-off between stretching too much and stretching too little. Just wanted to smooth out more. Part of the job. Take this value. This one. Yeah. Or did I want it? Too much movement. Too much movement. Yeah. Squishy. Yeah, that'll work. A little bit of movement, but it's not static. The problem is when it's static and doesn't move at all, then when when you crouch over, you get some really weird artifacts. It's good. Let's blend that out. This has some influence. It's okay. Yeah, let's leave it like that. Go on to the head now. Boom, boom, whoop, whoop. Something like that. Definitely don't want it in the ear. It's a little too high up there. And these guys, actually, let's go back in here, tab, take them both, delete them. Then head, we will want most of this to be weighted 100%. And the ear bones got too much influence. Let's just redo these ones. Head, eyebrows probably messed up. Yep. It always makes the eyebrow influence gigantic. Perfect. Eyes have 0 weight. The jaw has no influence. Then it's the chin bone. The chin bone. Or one of, yeah, okay, here we go. So we'll take this loop here, select that, so right here is the lower jaw. Bend. And this selection will be very useful for some of these objects, like the jaw. We go to the lips, invert, and remove what shouldn't exist. Actually, these ones don't. I have to redo those anyway, so let me just get rid of them. Boom, boom. All right. Blender tries too hard sometimes. This isn't influencing. There shouldn't be that much influence from this. What else is affecting it? Let's go to the teeth. Remove these. The tongue. Remove these. And the other teeth. There we go. There. Now that's an appropriate amount of movement. Perfect. So now what we need to do is rig the lips. So we're going to grab all the lips. Invert that selection and hide. Just what's inappropriate? I forgot what I said. Something. I think I just said an inappropriate selection. Here, we do have more influence on the inside of the lip too. What is that? Next. Yeah, let me see. Noise. All right, now we'll invert our selection and do the bottom. Boom, boom, boom. Bada boom. Bum, 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 bum. Whew. Long day already. I'm hungry. All right. So now perfect. There's still something influencing the lower jaw. Ah, there we go. Boom, boom. This should have 100% influence. There should be no distance. Unless this one, no. On that middle one, there should be no distance at all. So my jaw, it's the jaw, okay. So for that, what we'll do is we'll select the lips. All right. Perfect. Next, the head should control the roof of the mouth. Nom, 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 nom. All right, we got another 30 minutes and then we'll be calling it. We're making steadfast progress. Feeling pretty good. Try not to bones because I want to get the sticky lips. Dawn the fun 30 minutes. Dawn, dawn. But thank you everyone for hanging out with me this morning. If Kuya JP is out there, apparently you followed me overnight. Kuya, if you're out there, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm complicated. No, it'll be fine. Sneeze though. Excuse me. Goodness. Oh yeah, so now the lips hit each other, which is nice. Zero that out. We don't want that much movement. So let's back it up a little bit. Just want more smoothing. That's what we really want. That's not an expression we'll be doing, so not too worried about that. That's funny. Face. Me. Me piggy. I'm not good at that. I wish I could be good at that. Era day Muppet over here. Not a Muppet. Are there any Muppet dragons? It's got to be at least one. A Druppet. Dragon Muppet. A Druppet. Big Bird is definitely a Muppet dragon. Hey there, Pixel. I believe it. I believe it. How's your day going, Pixel? Boom. Look at that. Pretty good. Good. Glad to hear that. Me too compressed. Sam Denner camera. Ooh, the eyes are not weighted at all. a bit of weight from the head on this part of the job, just a little. Just enough to give it some movement as the head goes around. My eyelids are trying to escape. Then bones. We're the eyelid boys. Boys. Arzadu, all right, time for me to leave. See y'all later. Sounds good, Arzadu. Enjoy your day. Happy Thursday. Thanks for hanging out. All right, let's see how this works. So we got the control here. It will allow us to squish. one little point getting lost up here. Putch set up a sync controller on a different avatar, exactly the same as Kitten Bee, had a glitch where tracking was borked. Comes it over 5 times, everything's identical, copy paste Kitten Bee controller over, and just plug in another sit animation. Fixed. So it's like a corrupted animator. There are some hidden things to animators. So the tracking is borked when standing up specifically. Interesting. So the one thing that I've encountered before where things are exactly identical, but it's not working, is inside each animator is this transition list here. And this tells it what order to look at, what order of things to look at. So you may already be aware of this, but just for anyone out there, this has destroyed my soul on multiple occasions because it's just unintuitive to think about. You're like, I have the logic here, but then it's also what order to consider these transitions, and each one has its own set of transitions. Not in this example, but anyway, potentially that was it. But either way, I'm glad you are past animator hell. It's funny because like you work so hard on making things in like Blender and Substance, and you finally get to Unity, and it's always the animators that end up just being the worst part of it. Almost always. Or just nightmarishly difficult part of it. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, that looks so good right there. Squish. Perfect squish. Looked at every state, every transition, the setup animation itself, they were the same, but it works now, so yeah. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Freedom! Freedom! Perfect. Dragon Blink. Still some breakage right here. It's because I did tie this part into this one. Let's remove it again. Instead, assign it to this. Or just give it some blend. Yeah, that's nice. That looks nice. Still some intersection. I just wish I knew how to animate bones in Unity for custom sit/idle, but I really don't. But it really doesn't like me posing the mapped bones for some reason. Interesting. Yeah, I think Unity the humanoid bones, it has some, doesn't like other things touching those bones. You can't touch my bones. I don't know why I said that, but there we go. Okay, perfect. Well, still stretching a lot. There we go. That feels better. I know that if you animate it in Blender, then when the animation gets imported, so if you animate in Blender imports, they do automatically get converted to those humanoid animations. So it'd just be like a little list here in your FBX file. And those ones do get the conversion. So potentially that would work. Or just instead of animating in Unity, make a little animation in Blender. Those ones will translate it to, instead of transform rotation, it gets turned into these values called humanoid stretch values. Humanoid stretch values. There we go. Get some nice blends there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Smoothness. All right. There we go. Still trying to learn how to animate in Blender. Last few tries were borked, so I've been looking at different tutorials. Fair, fair. And the import process from Blender to Unity can definitely be a pain as well. It's its own hazard. Grumpy old man. Nice to have better handles on those. Or if they actually had a little like viewport display. Oh, override transform. Bones that define the display transform of this custom shape. That's too much work. There we go. Oh, it doesn't it doesn't symmetrize? Oh, well. Okay, well, at least do it for this one. All right. Rig's looking good. Oh, we got 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to end the first stream for the day. We'll be taking lunch, and I'll be back for that second one. Doing good work, though. Doing very good work. Getting pretty close to the end. Most importantly, butt's holding up well. Good. Essential. Hips working pretty well. And yeah, actually we got the hand done. We got the face done. We need to get the teeth and piercings, and then we're good. So let's do the teeth real quick. Those ones are easy. Teeth, done. Select Control P, armature, deform with empty groups. Then one at a time. We will paint them. Perfect. Having fun. This is the fun part. It's like a toy at this point. All right. So now the fun part. Chompers. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And then eye. goes to the I group. There we go. Sign. Here's not quite stuck yet. Well, yeah, they're not rigged at all. Free floating. All right, that looks really good. Nice. Okay. So let's turn on the wireframe. Then, in order to rig the piercings, first thing we need to do is make a backup copy. Boom, boom, 6, and we'll call this pre or during body rigging. There we go. Free floating. Item. Position is good. We want to apply the mirror. Now we can use my favorite tool in the whole world, mesh data transfer, and transfer those vertex groups. Well, and then parent them to the rig. And hopefully they just work now. Almost. Ears look good. Sort of. Frickin' mirror. Frickin' mirror mod. Should have done that with the tool. Symmetry home. All right, and that should eliminate it from both sides. Yes. Okay, now we can. Okay. There we go. So ear piercings look great. This one does not look as good. And that's because we don't want it to have any weight from any other group. Let's go ahead and just separate it. Select it here, Control Tab, weight paint, this group. We want to lock all, unlock this one, delete all unlocked groups, and A. Oh. Assign. Now it should open. Perfect. It will move with this. Moves a little bit further. Oh, shit. I thought I separated them. Must have separated all of them. All right, things are working. Let's double check the head. Nice. Nothing else is grabbed. Perfect. Okay, so we got the head rigged. Tongue piercing still floating. Funny. That one we will pair it to the middle bone. The middle bone or the middle bone? Zero. Control P. Yeah, armature deform. Isolate. Hmm. How did I give it a group, but it's not moving? Tongue. Rig. Oh, of course. Okay, I see. Delete that. Should have been on this layer. This bone. These bone. That's the one. Okay. Perfect. Bleh. All right, that works very well. Perfect. Okay, body rigged. Body rigged. And next we'll rig all the clothing, which will be pretty straightforward. All the casual clothing, super easy. And then the royal garb, we just need a Fizzbones for the cape. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. Cool. Doperino. And one last thing before we call it for lunch. Just gonna rename Hera. There we go. Be right back. I'm leaving. I'm leaving as well. All right, so I am actually going to call the morning stream here. So I'll be back in about 1 hour. I hope everyone is having a fantastic morning. Arctic, Era, Arzadu, Val, if you're there, Snardom, and Pixel, Frank, Zoom. A lot of people coming by this morning. Beerus. I think Beerus hinted out earlier, but who else came by? Well, anyone that's lurking right now, thank you all for making my morning. It has been fun getting Era made, and I look forward to wrapping him up today with y'all in about an hour. So hit that follow button if you haven't, and join me in a few hours to work on this character. Anyway, love you. Have a great day. See y'all soon. Bye. Bye.